Now our demonstration today will show methods of striking, defending, and using unique styles that originated from regions of the Philippines. Our techniques are more from an earlier time when swords, daggers, and sharp weapons.
Did this in a small parking space in Daly City, and we were trying to figure out how to really enlarge the production of the Adobo Festival. That's where we started. Then we moved to Newark, our second. Then we had one at San Jose, our third. Then we had one in Stockton. We went all the way to Stockton last year, our fourth, and this is our fifth in Union City. So we try to go around, and then we're going to have our Sacramento next month on August. So we try to go around as much as possible and try to share the talented people that we have here performing. And it's really great because we're giving a break to kids. Because as I've been telling you yesterday, Joey Cummins has been a producer for like more than 10 years. Okay, and we first produced a show in 1999, and then as time went on, we produced artists from the Philippines. We brought them here. So we had Gary Valenciano, Martin Rivera, Vina Morales, Regine Velasquez, Pops Fernandez. We brought them from the Philippines to the United States. And then 2004, somewhere in 2004, Joey had the idea of, it was his brainchild, the Adobo Festival. What if we try to give a break to the performers or the talents in the United States?
That's great.
Yeah, I know. Instead of always getting talents from the Philippines, we have to promote the talents that we have here in the United States. And then we thought, Joey came about the idea of, oh, let's do a festival where we can share the talents and give them a break. So that's the start of Adobo Festival, and we started in 2005.
That's awesome. And also, Joey is a performer himself.
Yeah,
that's why he knows the
he sings, he plays the keyboards, he's like, you know, he's the Mr. Entertainment there.
Oh, and we have to promote the Moose Lodge because the Moose Lodge, you know, they actually have had different events in the Moose Lodge in Coma.
Yeah.
And it was the Moose Lodge that we were at in Stockton.
The very first Adobo Festival. Yeah.
The very first Adobo Festival was at the Moose Lodge. So we want to say thank you to them too.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And if we wanna check out Joey, he plays at the Moose Lodge in Daly City, Colma, Moose Lodge. That's 7535 Mission Street, Daly City.
Very.
This type of drill is taught so that you don't tangle your arms or cut yourself with your own weapon. Sinawali, meaning to weave.
know. She might be like Charisse and Arnell or whatever, you know.
Well, Charisse is gonna have a concert too. But anyway, that's another story. Okay, so we're gonna have Nikki Amber.
Yeah, Nikki. So Nikki, how many songs are you gonna do for us today?
Two.
Two. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Great.
And what songs are you singing today?
First one's gonna be Only Hope by Mandy Moore, and then
Oh, I love that.
yeah, and then I'm gonna sing a Tagalog song.
Wow.
Awesome.
She's
Okay.
gonna sing a Tagalog song. I love that. I love
Okay,
that.
so without further ado,
Let's give a big round of applause to Nikki Amber.
It's cold, but you sing to me over and over and over again. So I lay my head back down and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. Sing to me the song of the stars, of your galaxy dancing and laughing again. Wala na, ika'y nagbabago. Bakit ba laging natatakot na magtanong sa'yo? Kahit pa alam ng puso na ako'y iiwan mo, ikaw pa rin ang nasa damdamin ko. Bakit kahit pa nag-iisa sa'yo'y umaasa, di nagsasawa na maghintay basta't makita ka. Bakit di maawat ang pusong lagi ibigin ka? Alam kong mali.
this is to celebrate the Philippine heritage. And Filipinos are known for their adobo.
Whoa.
Okay, so we actually want to let you know that in Sacramento on August 21 and 22 at William Land Park, Adobo Festival will be there too. And we'll have more GMA TV personalities.
I know, this afternoon. So you better watch out. I think our special guest will be arriving at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay,
She
great.
just came from the Philippines and yeah, less than 24 hours ago.
Oh, very good. Okay, so maybe we can talk about the youth jazz workshop. If
Yeah.
somebody can say something about it.
Actually, let's let one of the kids tell you.
Okay. Let's ask one of the kids to explain the youth.
Hello, we're the Youth Jazz Workshop located in California.
We're in California. Where? We're in
Union City.
Union City.
We're gonna play some jazz for you. We're gonna set a little intro for you, Into Stone by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Then we're gonna play a little Duke Ellington for you guys and set you in the mood with some Glenn Miller.
Whoa! Earth, Wind, and Fire. Okay, this is the Youth Jazz Workshop of Union City. Let's give them an applause. Come on. Give it up, give it up.
Some Hawaiian dances, and this is the Mahari Otehani, right? Merani, I'm sorry. And then Julie, we want to ask you if you could explain a little bit about the dances. Julie, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this group a big round of applause. Come on, come on, come on.
Wonderful.
Mahalo, mahalo.
Mahalo.
I'm learning. Okay.
Julie.
Uh-huh.
And then the children, we're going to present to you a hula owana, which is modernized hula, which is with ukuleles and medley. And then our final number is a number from the islands of Tahiti. It's called Ori Tahiti in Otea. So we are ready to begin. We are Merahio Tehani. Our dance studio is called Tehani Dance Studio on Smith and Watkins. Well, they're pros. They're used to dancing on hot.
I know, that's hot.
Well, yesterday they danced on a black stage, and they're tough. I think their feet are toughened now.
Yeah. They're barefooted. Can they dance here where there's a little bit shade?
Oh, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
God. I'm too old for that. I can't dance on a hard surface. Okay.
Okay, well, this number is Eo Makali'i, and this is from Hawaii, talking about a canoe ride and being blessed with the vision of dolphins. So this is Eo Makali'i. Ho'oma koko. Ha. Laila, Laila. Mai kai o makali heba a kaulua holo I kamuana. Mai kai o makali heba a kaulua holo I kamuana. Mai kamuana holo I huka o mana kea kui kalani. Mai kamuana holo iuka o manakea kui kalani. Ahelani malaelai ayalaho I o hoku pa'a. Ahelani malaelai ayalaho kamahina. Hupa aya paniyaw, kia iya na kamahina. Oh, kamalino kikai, ikapa ahea kamakani. Oh, kamalino kikai, ikapa ahea kamakani. Paanyana melanaya, nalo makali ilahinoa. Kalelea kaleo kupuna, no makali ilahinoa. Maikai, beautiful girls. Ha. This one's for you, for the island of Kauai, Kauai's medley.
bamboo grill. And you also have the Jerry's grill. Okay. You know, everybody about the different food booths that we have. The food booth, I know it's
I've never been in that. I've been in but I never actually been in nice. It is nice.
I'm glad that the ceilings do look for this type of because it makes it nice.
Oh really? I had to change.
Did you get the email I sent you? I sent you.
They knew. Who's he talking to?
It's the TV.
No, I meant like who's Spike Lee talking to over there?
And this is going online, you can tell them.
You still? That's good.
All set to go? Good morning. I'm Ethan Podell, President of Babelgum in the U.S. Welcome to the launch of the second edition of the Babelgum Online Film Festival. The Bible story has it that the city of Babylon, or Babel, was the center of civilization, a bustling, cosmopolitan place where everyone spoke the same language. As the name Babelgum suggests, our goal is to act as an international social glue, a cyber Babylon, if you will. As has often been said, film is a universal language, and for that reason, it is a cornerstone of our programming strategy. Babelgum offers young, aspiring filmmakers an international window for their work beyond the live festival circuit, and breaks down the distribution walls which have limited the potential audience for their works. In our initial online festival, which culminated at Cannes in May, nearly 2,000 filmmakers submitted their work. Many of these films are being shown to the public for the first time on the Babelgum online platform. To our knowledge, the Babelgum Online Film Festival is the first event of its kind to allow qualified filmmakers to upload their film directly onto a secure web platform, the first online festival committed to discovering and nurturing the next generation of filmmaking talent, and the first festival where web viewers choose the initial group of potential prize winners. Babelgum is more than just a web platform for independent film. We are committed to supporting young, independent filmmakers, and our online film festival will once again be paying cash prizes, a total of 100,000 euros, to the winners of each of 5 categories. And as you'll see in a moment, Babelgum Online Film Festival prize winners have quickly gained recognition and financing for their next works. With our goal of helping the next generation of film directors reach as large an audience as possible, we are delighted to welcome back as chairman of the jury of the Babelgum Online Film Festival a director who has been making provocative, thoughtful, and vibrant independent films for nearly 30 years.
Not that long.
Ladies and gentlemen, Spike Lee.
Thank you, Ethan. I'm glad to be here. Again, back for Bubblegum Film Festival and knocking out two birds with one stone. He also got a film opening too. I think it's great. When they first approached me, I was really captivated by what they wanted to do. Because for me, this is really about nurturing young talent. And that's what I've always tried to do. In fact, yesterday was my first day of class. I'm a professor at NYU, the Graduate Film School, where I finished in 1982. I just began my 11th year of being a professor at NYU, and I enjoy teaching. And many of my students come from the world over. It's a 3-year program at NYU, and after they leave is what's next. That's always been the dilemma. When I was in film school, what's going to happen when you leave? How in the world are you be able to make a way in this industry? Bubblegum is a great vehicle because as a young filmmaker, what you want to do is have the world see your work. You want the world to see your work, and you need a vehicle for that. And it's a stepping stone. For example, one of the winners, his name is Richard Recco. He has a development deal to make his short into a feature film. So that's a perfect example of why this is a great thing. Young people need vehicles. A lot of talent out there. You can have a great film, but if nobody can see it, it's not going to do that much good. So this is a great encouragement to young filmmakers to give them a platform, give them a vehicle, and let them share their vision of the world with other people. So I'm glad to be here. I'm looking even more forward to having another great round of interest. I think there were 2,000 people submitted films last year. Let's try to double that.
Okay.
You know? And we're going to show a clip from Richard Recco's film. As I said before, he won an award. Someone saw it, signed him up, and now they're in development to make this short into a feature film. Can we run the clip, please?
We aim to make Babelgum the destination for independent film through a combination of the Babelgum Online Film Festival, which we had hundreds and hundreds of films pour in last year, and Spike said we're looking to try and double it for this year, through a combination of offering classic independent film, cult film, foreign language films, all available free to the consumer on an ad-supported basis. And then we're rounding out this independent film proposition, I'm proud to say, through our own exclusive independent productions. And on that note, I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Leslie Iwerks at the end, who is the director of our first foray into filmmaking with the documentary entitled Downstream. Leslie is an Academy Award nominated director and an Emmy Award nominated director for this year's Emmys for her films Recycled Life and Pixar Story, respectively. So without further ado, Leslie Iwerks.
I'm thrilled to be here under the banner of Young Filmmaker. Well, it was earlier in the year when when Battlegum approached producer Phil Alderstadt about a project based on the oil sands up in Canada. And Phil had come to me because I did a project about a couple of years ago that was nominated for an Academy Award called Recycled Life, and it was about people living in the garbage dump in Guatemala City over the last 60 years. So Phil sort of felt it might have been a natural fit to have me direct this original production that Battlegum, it was a Battlegum idea of exploring from an environmental point of view the oil sands, this rather destructive situation that's going on up in Alberta. So they funded the project with Randy Bradshaw producing, and we went on up and started developing the story, and within 3 shoots, or literally 3 trips up there, we pulled together a short film that we are submitting for the Academy Award this year. And then we are also doing a feature film out of the footage that we've been shooting. But these types of projects are very difficult to do, and they're very difficult to get funded. And because of Battlegum, because of their vision, not only just from supporting not only environmental projects, but independent projects for people that really have a story to tell. And there's so many great stories out there around the world that need to be told. And I really am honored to be a part of Battlegum for allowing us to do this story. So we're going to show the trailer today, and the short is 33 minutes, and hopefully you'll all get to see that at some point in the near future.
That concludes the formal presentation here this morning, folks. We'd be happy to take any questions. After we're all finished, you're cordially invited to have brunch in the room next door. So we'll open up the floor to any questions you may have. Yes, sir.
I see Mr. Lee is sporting a Senator Obama pin. Many of us in the States are desperate for an Obama win. If this does come to pass, what sort of an impact do you think that his election will have towards young filmmakers in general in the States? And also specifically, what is Battlegum doing to help encourage minority participation in the process?
I can't answer that second question, but I think that when Senator Rowan... My bad. There we go, I turned it off. When the senator, Illinois, the land of Lincoln, becomes the 44th president of the United States of America, it changes the world. So it's bigger than just how it changes filmmaking. It changes the dynamics of everything. The president of the United States of America is the most powerful person in the world. Why? Because he's in charge of American foreign policy. So he affects the world. Just asking people in Iraq, Afghanistan now, and we're in a couple other places. But I think it changes everything. It's definitely a change for the last 8 years. And it's not going to be easy, though. It's not going to be a cakewalk, but it's going to be close.
For the second part of your question, Mark, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as far as encouraging every walk of life, every member of society to participate, Battlegum is an incredibly open, democratic platform. The online film festival, at its foundation, has an upload facility. So filmmakers who've completed their films upload digitally their film, and they're up for consideration for the series of prizes that are going to be judged the following year by Spike and the jury. So there's no rules set. It's completely open, free, and democratic.
Yes. Want to get the mic? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned that the website is being supported by ads. In what format? Are they streaming before the videos are seen by the audiences, or on the outside?
Well, we're going to be starting an aggressive sale of advertising in the next few months. So what you see now on the platform are basically banner ads, an occasional stream. But when we start selling the media, we're going to be offering the advertising community something like 15 or 18 different formats. I mean, any number of pre-rolls, mid-rolls, post-rolls, overlays, banners. And when you count them up in all the interactive advertising bureau forms of advertising, we're going to offer most of them to our clients, and that's 15 or 18 different formats.
Hi, how are you guys doing today? Thanks for coming in. I have a two-part question. The first one is with regards to the creative rights for the filmmakers that are uploading this content onto your website. How do you address that? And the second part that you kind of talked about in the press kits was security. More and more with films hitting the line, how does this, or you know, being able to, you're able to download them online, how are you addressing that for the filmmakers and protecting their work that they're uploading online?
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, question. Well, I'll address the second part first about the piracy aspect, because it's obviously rampant. It's had a tremendous effect on the music industry, and it's also having an effect on the film and television industry as well. We have we stream the films and all of our other content, and we use a pretty sophisticated industry-wide and accepted standard of encryption. So there is no downloading, and it's the ability to download that then sort of opens the door to piracy. So we're quite proud of the fact that we do a streaming-only 128-bit encryption. I could bore you to death with the technology behind it, but all of the stuff that is streamed on our services is protected. With respect to the filmmakers' rights, we just take an exclusive window for the duration of the film festival and for a period of time afterwards for people to continue to view the films, and then the rights are obviously with the filmmaker. We don't take any kind of copyright in the film or anything like that. They're 100% the filmmaker's rights, and we just take a license period for short duration.
That are presented, how are they filtered down so that the jury, who Mr. Lee and everyone obviously don't have time to watch 2,000 films, so how are they filtered down to the finalists, I guess, that will eventually be judged?
A heavy aspect of what films eventually get to the jury, I think it's a final 3 in each category get to the jury, is through interaction on the website. So people looking at the films, rating it, ranking it, sending it to other people to view. And so it's an algorithm that we use that essentially defines popularity. And then there's an element of the jury as well. We had a very fantastic jury and well-respected jury last year, and they're the ones that make the final decision on the basis of how good those films are.
At no other festival at all? Or?
No. We thought about that, and we thought about maybe trying to put some parameters around the submission process. But we're all about, as Spike said, we're all about trying to get people to watch movies, and to promote and encourage filmmakers to get their films seen as widely as possible. So we're absolutely thrilled that somebody who would make a submission to another film festival would also want to put it up on Tablecom, so no restrictions.
Thought process behind aligning yourself with TIP and making the announcement during the festival?
What's the question?
Why make the announcement here at TIP?
Oh yeah, we had been in Venice. The first announcement was in Venice. We announced the winners of the contest in Cannes. And Toronto's a great festival. And we want to spread it around. And so being this side of the Atlantic this time. And the visibility. Toronto has emerged as one of the major festivals on the circuit. So we're glad to be here. It's only an hour flight from New York.
Yes.
Hi, I was just wondering if Spike Lee's in the jury for selecting the winners.
What's the question?
Are you in the jury, the ones who select the winners for the awards?
I'm the final jury.
There's a multi-stage process beginning with viewers of the films on our web platform and a complicated, as Mark alluded to, a complicated weighting system that sort of winnows out the popularity of the films. Second stage of the jury, of the judging process, involves expert film critics, filmmakers. And the third phase, once the winnowing has gone through those two phases, Spike picks the final winner. So it's a multi-tiered process.
Okay, so you know how many hits a video or film gets on the website for the popularity phase? You keep track?
I'll let Mark answer that.
Yeah, absolutely, because we're delivering it over a broadband connection. You've got a return path, so the level of understanding is incredible. Actually, you know when they're watching the movie, how long they've watched it for, if they've returned to watch it again, and the number of times that the film's been viewed.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir, in the back row. Would you hold on for a mic, please?
Yes, hi. I understand that there was an announcement recently that you opened a New York office, and I'm just wondering what, if anything, will be coming specifically from that New York office, and your plans for the U.S. sort of phase of your operations.
Sure.
And who's the contact person in New York?
The essential function of the New York office is to monetize the Babelgum platform, which means two things. Distributing it in cyberspace to other websites who will act as an affiliate base for our programming. And once that's accomplished, selling the media time. Is in an earlier question, there are 15 or 18 different types of advertising you can now sell on an online video platform. So folks who are basically dealing with those two functions will make up most of the people who are in the New York office. In addition, some of our programming people who are going to be managing the creative side of our channels will be based in New York, and research functions and some marketing is occurring out of the New York office. You can contact me after the event. I'd be happy to give you my business card, and we can talk further. There was...
Hi.
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay, I have a two-part question. I guess the first question would be for Mark. I'm curious as to what Babelgum does when a new filmmaker uploads their film. What kind of online message do you send to your audience that there's a new film up and you should screen it? And also for Spike, I'm a film professor as well here in Toronto, and I'm curious as to how you advise or would advise your students on how they would incorporate this online film festival into their overall festival strategy.
Well, the strategy, get your stuff seen as by many people as possible. So Babelgum would be a great vehicle that would go along with the other festivals that one would submit to get your work seen. I mean, you're just trying to get out there. And that's why I think it's great that Babelgum is taking a position that it's not exclusive. They want to encourage young filmmakers to spread it around. Just don't think that this has to be exclusive with Babelgum. So that would be part of, Babelgum is a large part of what I tell my students to do. Make sure that you, first of all, it's be a good film, but make sure that when you send it out, that Babelgum is definitely your first stop.
far as exposure goes, I mean, it's all about the marketing and promotion of the films and the other content on the platform. It's not really my bag, but last year for the festival, I can tell you that you know, we did some significant marketing and promotion around the festival itself, and then also highlighting individual films. And we're going to do so this year. And then interestingly, because you know we're an online platform, one of the things we did is we handed the tools back to the filmmakers who submitted their films, and gave them a little toolkit where they were able to create their own promotional trailer that they could then send around virally to people, because there's an element of popularity associated with it. So we saw this great spike in traffic where filmmakers were encouraging people to come to Babel Gun, look at their film, look at other films, and that was really, really successful, which will also be this year.
Is a single filmmaker able to make more than one submission?
If they've got more than one film, sure.
And when is
No limit.
No limit.
No limit. You got more than one film? Yes, sir, in the back row.
Yes, I think this is a wonderful thing that you're doing, Spike, with the students and with encouraging young people. And both of the films that have been mentioned here have a very serious political content, which I think is great. I mean, immigration and also with the environment. Are you looking for films mainly with these serious social issues? Which I think is terrific, by the way.
No, there's different categories. Can you tell me the categories?
Yeah. You want to go through
the different categories.
There's 5 different categories this year. Everything from animation to short film to best documentary. And Babel Gum, the ethos behind Babel Gum, I think you've hit it. You know, it's about independence, but it's about voice. It's about being controversial. It's about getting people discussing things. So downstream was the genesis of our owner and backer, who is very concerned about the environment, and knew that this was going on in northern Alberta, and that people were aware of it in the back of their conscience, but he was really keen to bring it to the forefront and get people talking about it. So that is really the theme of Babel Gum, which is be controversial, be independent, be outspoken.
But as it just seemed, not everything was. There was a lot of stuff that I saw that had comedic and humor in it too. So, I mean, it's the categories. You can have, for example, animation. You make a funny animated film. You can make a serious animated film. So it's really left up to the filmmakers, which way they want to go.
Each of you's getting a pack to go away with the trailer that Leslie showed, and a couple of other things. And it's also got the categories for the submission. So the Babel Gum Short Film Award, the Animation Award, the Mini Masterpiece, and the documentary. Last year we had a music award as well, and got some amazing music videos. And that component was incredibly popular, and so we hived it off this year. And shortly we're going to be announcing just a standalone music competition for music videos, encouraging independent musicians, young flourishing talent, to submit their music video for consideration, with a pretty amazing prize at the end of it.
Just for brunch in the room next door.
Question, Imelda.
Great.
Very good.
All right.
The couple that had, they were showing, they were everywhere, man. They had prime seat.
That's great. 5 nights soon.
Me? Oh. I love what Sean Henry. What? Eat your vegetables.
And what are your kids into these days?
Very definitive guy who was promoting on the website. But I've never met Carrie once.
I will introduce you. Are you waiting for it? Sure. Hi. Nice to see you. Right? Well, we've had a lot. This gentleman wants to fairly. We're very interested. We've had dialogue with scores of film festivals about trying to figure out, well, how can we collaborate? You know, one of the issues is what we're interested in is, as I hope we made clear today, serving as a platform for film, unknown independent film. So we want to get filmmakers to put their work on our platform. Festivals, as you know, often are not in a position of being a rights holder who can actually control distribution rights of any films. They're a venue, they're a forum, you know it's better than me, but the people who submit films to your film festival, they control the distribution rights. So we've been struggling to figure out what can we do to promote independent film and get access to more and more independent films by working with festivals. I can't say that we've untied this knot yet because of that issue of distribution rights.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of, yes, we'd like to collaborate, we're happy to figure out a way to work, and then you reach that ultimate bottleneck, you know, okay, how do we get the rights?
What we do, I'm the founder of the festival. It's called Confest, like my son. And basically, Confest is an acronym for Community Film Festival, and we typically address social cultural issues that affect communities globally. So we get a lot of films from the global community that enter the festival. It's a very small festival yet, it's only 3 years old, not quite 3.
Okay.
And what I'm now doing, because I've been in distribution, I'm forming a distribution outlet so they have some place to reach. And so I'm looking at, I'm trying to find ways of trying to help the filmmaker get beyond just film in the festival.
Right. Well, I think, look, we're a distribution outlet, so to the extent anybody has distribution rights for films, we would be delighted to talk to them. I mean, here's where I am.
This is what we're working on.
Okay. And if I can't help you directly, I'll put you in touch with the people who can.
Myself.
All right?
Great. Okay.
Great.
So that's what we work on. I'm trying to find ways of being more supportive of them, not just
Okay.
give them something here, because I know it costs a lot to get a film and do it on normal run. Plus, we want to be a little more than just a festival. The festival, no, it isn't. They've struggled for a long time, but in a distribution manner, they can help it to facilitate a lot easier.
Okay, we'll be in touch. We'll try to help. All
We're
right?
invited to the launch party.
Oh, that's right. We have a. I don't know if they'll be here. Will you be here Monday the 15th?
I'm going back to New York tomorrow.
Okay, so no, they
Sorry.
won't be here.
Oh,
Great.
okay.
Thanks again.
Oh, hi.
So Sandy, any words about the meeting, the press conference today?
Well, I had an interesting talk with the president, and I spoke to him about ComFest and what we do and how we plan to expand into distribution. And it was something that he was interested in. And he said to me, he gave me his business cards to contact him and see what we can do, go from there.
Right. Well, it's kind of exciting to be up here on the 33rd floor of the Sutton Place Hotel. Maybe ComFest will one day reach the peaks.
You never know. It would be nice, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I love the trailers.
What's his name? He's the lead, the producer of this festival.
Magazine for your
Ethan Cordell.
It's really amazing how big the film world is. You know, when you really look at it in detail. And I can't just search for it.
acquaintances, you would say, Vanquish and Sonnet Alchemy. These guys are pretty darn good. So over here, as your keyboardist, we have James. And again, we have Mr. Richie Nguyen. On the guitar. We have Dave over here rocking the bass. We have Carl once again on the drums. And Miss Jeanette Ricasio singing lead vocals. So I want you guys to give Sonnet Alchemy a huge El Macombo welcome. And let's go, guys. You can do it.
This first song is called Mississauga, because we're from Mississauga. Thank you all for coming to the show. Right? Round of applause for you guys. This is Little Rockstar.
So
figured it out on the dance floor, folks.
Awesome. That was amazing.
front of the El Mocambo on Spadina and College, and I'm here to interview. Could you just say your name?
My name is Robert Desmond. I'm from the Robert Desmond Band.
Okay, so this band is you're the lead.
Yeah, I'm the lead singer and a songwriter, producer / engineer. I do everything for my band. So.
Oh wow! Do you play any instruments?
I play mostly guitars with my band, but I can play drums, keyboards. Like I can do a little bit of programming. That's what I do most.
Okay, so how long have you had this band?
I had this band for like since 2006. We started playing at the Toronto Fashion Show, and after that we just kept playing anywhere. And then we went to the Philippines. We toured there, Walang Tulugan with Herman Moreno, Channel 2. What do you call that? Morning show.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
So how did you get any reviews or any anyway? Do you think you're gonna perform in the Philippines again?
There's a chance. We're planning about this year. Yeah, this year or next year. Because right now my drummer is changing career, so I have to find a new drummer.
Oh really?
Yes.
Okay, so what kind of subjects do you like writing about? What are your songs about?
I write about almost everything, mostly love and subliminal message. I do most of my lyrics about relationship, love, political sometimes, but not very direct. You know.
What's your favorite song out of the songs you written?
I think it's Easy Way Out. Easy Way Out. A lot of people like it, and it's about problems that we can solve it. Whatever problems we have, like there's an out, like we can solve our problems.
Okay, so one last question: are your songs based on your experiences or just imagination?
Based on my experiences, and sometimes I put myself on someone else's shoes and write a song about them. Yeah, that's how I do it.
Well, one last question: who are your influences?
Hard to say, but I'd say the Beatles. I listen to a lot of classical music, really not related with my band. And the music itself inspires me to write new tunes. But lyrics, I just have to observe people, that's all. And I end up writing many, many songs.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I'll write a song about you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Over there, we shot a video for this song. It's called Easy Way Out. Yeah!
It's
got here in Toronto, Canada, after a trip to the United States of America. I went to California and Nevada. I thought it would be a good way to start the Halo Halo variety channel for TorontoTV.net to take a look at the Philippine community in California. Anyway, while I was there, I was able to attend 2 Philippine community festivals. The Adobo Festival, which was held in Union City. It's a traveling festival. It goes to different cities in California. And I also went to the Kistahan Festival in San Francisco. We met the mayor, who was willing to be photographed and video recorded with people who attended the festival. It's an annual festival that's popular in the Philippine community. There are lots of Filipinos watching the stage entertainment and going around different tents and tables. In San Francisco, we also went to Pier 39, which is like a tourist spot with colorful shops and restaurants near the harbor. We also got to see Alcatraz Island, which used to have a prison. We went to Silicon Valley, which is a computer internet hub for companies such as Yahoo, McAfee, IBM. I think some of them are headquarters of the company. It's in San Jose, California. Then we went down to San Diego, where we went to see the Burt Bacharach concert. It was good to finally see Burt Bacharach perform live after, we first heard about him back in the Philippines when the Lost Horizon musical came out, which was like over 30 years ago. So it was good to finally see him perform live, and it was with the San Diego Symphony Orchestra at the Embarcadero Marina Park South, an outdoor venue. In San Diego, we also went to the Wild Animal Park too, where animals around the world are put in a semi-natural environment, and lots of families were walking around. You can view the animals and you can even pet some of them. We went to a few restaurants. We went to Zahir's restaurant to see some belly dancing with the dinner. We went to Tribu restaurant where the video commercial for Halo Halo was video recorded. It's a popular Philippine cuisine restaurant, Tribu. And we also went to Good Neighbor, which is a Chinese restaurant. And the Philippine community is large in California. And a lot of Filipinos go there and are employed in the medical field. A lot of nurses are Filipinos, and some even entered government, and probably there are also a lot of ethnic small business, like the restaurants we went to, and beauty salon and shop. We also went shopping in the mainstream malls. So, it's like Toronto. California has a lot of immigrants who are able to get work in the mainstream, like hospital jobs, hospitality, and are also able to start ethnic small businesses. So it's a good, even if they say the economy's down, people were shopping and spending money. So it's like one of the richest states in the United States. Oh yeah, we did a side trip to Reno, Nevada, where there was an event there, the Reno Hot Night, which is like showcase of vintage cars, American cars, and some live stage music at the different hotels in Reno. And we gambled and had buffet, every day. Well, actually every night. So California is actually a good place to visit, and it's worth taking a trip there at least once in your life, or if you have family there, it's worth going to visit because it's got a lot of activities and places to go and see.
We're already here. Yeah,
This is Silicon Valley.
It's the beginning. You're approaching. Onizuka is a Japanese. I know those. There, right there.
That's for what? Outer space?
Communication.
With what? UFOs?
No. Grew up in the Challenger thing. Yeah, this is.
That's all for communications.
Yeah. And it's a dead end.
This?
Straight ahead. You're honey, you're not following. Are we going straight? Yeah, straight. That's what it says. Follow your GPS.
What's this building?
Yes, these are just built. We're heading towards Yahoo. This is my street, Matilda. Oh, Matilda. The French version. Mathil.
Oh, jeez.
So they're big, and the competition in that company is so high. And they're all engineers, and you can be part of so big. Co-workers with each other, competition. Now let's go head over to where you work, honey. Yeah. How to get to there? No, I mean apart from there where you work for 3 years. General Dynamics. Because no, but that's near eBay. Remember where we were at eBay? No, it doesn't look for it there. It's looking for other things.
Yeah, I want to look at eBay too. Do they have PayPal here too?
They're the other places. We have to go to that area where you work because that's where eBay is, where that church is. That's in Matilda also. Is it Matilda also? Just stick on Matilda. No, I thought it was on Lawrence Expressway. No. Oh, was it place near where you work at? Oh, there's the truck. Was it with your name on it right away, honey? Didn't you feel special there?
Yahoo. They should have something for the public. That would make it more fun. A Wi-Fi, computer, internet park. That's for antivirus.
There, Intel. There's the Intel Museum. Do you want to go into Intel Museum?
What, it's a museum?
There's an Intel Museum.
What are they gonna show? The chips?
You know that?
No. What
energy? That's the Einstein equation.
I'll have to look them up to see what they offer.
There's another Yahoo up ahead. That Yahoo is the map, huh? Yeah. Then there's the part of
what's
Great,
this
Great
tent city?
America.
They're probably selling carpets here.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's
That's
part
like
of Great
that.
America over there.
There's
And there's
Yahoo.
Yahoo again. Back in, I think.
What are the? What's that structure there with the globular?
That's a hangar. That's called a hangar.
Or the
Pretty good place.
demonstration today will show methods of striking, defending, and using unique styles that are regions of our techniques more from an earlier time when swords, daggers, and sharp weapons.
Did this in a small parking space in Daly City, and we were trying to figure out how to really enlarge the production of the Adobo Festival. That's where we started. Then we moved to Newark, our second. Then we had one at San Jose, our third. Then we had one in Stockton. We went all the way to Stockton last year, our fourth, and this is our fifth in Union City. So we try to go around, and then we're going to have our Sacramento next month on August. So we try to go around as much as possible and try to share the talented people that we have here performing. And it's really great because we're giving a break to kids. Because as I've been telling you yesterday, Joey Cummins has been a producer for like more than 10 years. Okay, and we first produced a show in 1999, and then as time went on, we produced artists from the Philippines. We brought them here. So we had Gary Valenciano, Martin Rivera, Vina Morales, Regine Velasquez, Pops Fernandez. We brought them from the Philippines to the United States. And then 2004, somewhere 2004, Joey had the idea of, it was his brainchild, the Adobo Festival. What if we try to give a break to the performers or the talents in the United States?
That's great.
Yeah, I know. Instead of always getting talents from the Philippines, we have to promote the talents that we have here in the United States. And then we thought, Joey came about the idea of, let's do a festival where we can share the talents and give them a break. That's the start of Adobo Festival, and we started in 2005.
That's awesome. And also, Joey is a performer himself.
Yeah,
that's why he knows the
he sings, he plays the keyboards. He's like, he's the Mr. Entertainment there.
Oh, and we have to promote the Moose Lodge because the Moose Lodge, they actually have had different events in the Moose Lodge in Colma.
Yeah.
And it was the Moose Lodge that we were at in Stockton.
The very first Adobo Festival. Yeah.
The very first Adobo Festival was at the Moose Lodge. So we want to say thank you to them too.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And if you wanna check out Joey, he plays at the Moose Lodge in Daly City, Colma, Moose Lodge. That's 7535 Mission Street, Daly City.
Very.
This type of drill is taught so that you don't tangle your arms or cut yourself with your own weapon. Sinawali meaning to weave.
she might be like Charisse and Arnell or whatever, you know.
Well, Charisse is going to have a concert too. But anyway, that's another story. Okay, so we're going to have Nikki Amber.
Yeah, Nikki. So, Nikki, how many songs are you going to do for us today? Two, okay. Yeah, that's great.
And what songs are you singing today?
First one's going to be Only Hope by Mandy Moore. And then,
I love that.
Yeah, and then I'm going to sing a Tagalog song.
Wow,
Awesome.
she's going to sing a Tagalog song. I love that. I love
Okay,
that.
so without further ado,
Let's give a big round of applause to Nikki Amber.
It's cold, but you sing to me over and over and over again. So I lay my head back down and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. Sing to me the song of the stars, of your galaxy dancing and laughing again. Wala na, ika'y nagbabago. Bakit ba laging natatakot na magtanong sa'yo? Kahit pa alam ng puso na ako'y iiwan mo, ikaw pa rin ang nasa damdamin ko. Bakit kahit pa nag-iisa sa'yo'y umaasa, di nagsasawa na maghintay basta't makita ka. Bakit di maawat ang pusong lagi ibigin ka? Alam kong mali.
this is to celebrate the Philippine heritage. And Filipinos are known for their adobo.
Whoa.
Okay, so we actually want to let you know that in Sacramento on August 21 and 22 at William Land Park, Adobo Festival will be there too. And we'll have more GMA TV personalities.
I know, this afternoon. So you better watch out. I think our special guest will be arriving at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay,
she
great.
just came from the Philippines and less than 24 hours ago.
Oh, very good. Okay, so maybe we can talk about the youth jazz workshop. If somebody can say something about it.
Actually, let's let one of the kids take it.
Okay. Let's ask one of the kids to explain the youth.
Hello, we're the Youth Jazz Workshop located in California.
We're in California. Where?
Union City.
Union City.
We're gonna play some jazz for you. We're gonna set a little intro for you, In the Stone by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Then we're gonna play a little Duke Ellington for you guys, and set you in the mood with some Glenn Miller.
Whoa! Earth, Wind, and Fire. Okay, this is the Youth Jazz Workshop of Union City. Let's give them an applause. Come on. Give it up, give it up.
Some Hawaiian dances, and this is the Mahari Otehani, right? Merani, I'm sorry. And then Julie, we want to ask you if you could explain a little bit about the dances. Julie, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this group a big round of applause. Come on, come on, come on.
Wonderful.
Mahalo, mahalo.
Mahalo.
I'm learning. Okay.
Julie.
The kids are and then the children, we're going to present to you a hula owana, which is modernized hula, which is with ukuleles and medley. And then our final number is a number from the islands of Tahiti. It's called Ori Tahiti in Otea. So we are ready to begin. We are Merahio Tehani. Our dance studio is called Tehani Dance Studio on Smith and Watkins. Well, they're pros. They're used to dancing on hot.
I know, that's hot.
Well, yesterday they danced on a black stage, and they're tough. I think their feet are toughened now.
Yeah. They're barefooted. Can they dance here where there's a little bit shade?
Oh, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
God. I'm too old for that. I can't dance on a hard surface. Okay.
Okay, well, this number is Eo Makali'i, and this is from Hawaii, talking about a canoe ride and being blessed with the vision of dolphins. So this is Eo Makali'i. Ho'oma koko. Pa. Laina, Laina. Mai kai o makali heba a kaulua holoi kamuana. Mai kai o makali heba a kaulua holoi kamuana. Mai kamuana holoi huka o mana kea kui kalani. Mai kamuana holo iuka o mana kea
hea kamakani pa anyana melana ia na lo makali ilahi noa kalelea kaleo pupuna no makali ilahi noa Maikai, beautiful girls. Huh. This one's for you, for the island of Kauai, Kauai's medley.
Bamboo grill, and we also have the Jerry's grill. Okay. You know, everybody about the different food booths that we have. The food booth, I know it's about noontime.
Okay, when he starts looking tired, I'll take care of it.
We have of the Durham Dairy chocolate. We can have hot chocolate.
Tita, tita. You said you needed a love snack? Oh, yes.
Relationship with the Philippines and the United States goes back, arguably centuries, but notably decades. And the extraordinary contribution of Filipino Americans can never be forgotten, particularly in those World War II events. I say this because they haven't been fully recognized, they haven't been fully given the same benefits as Americans that returned from that war. The Obama administration, to their credit, did step up and step in a bit more than previous administrations, but the reality of where they didn't step up without justice. So for me, this is really a celebration, of course, for the Filipino community, a celebration of the collective wisdom of our two countries coming together. Decades, but it's also personal journey in terms of contributions of those that, given their life, have served with distinction and served with honor, partnering together. Just a final note. I also want to celebrate my own education liaison, Heather Mendoza, for her incredible work, and Mona Vesco for her incredible contribution. Technically, the form of the we served in the interim between the time here and was honored here today and recognized 2 days ago, 17.
I know, what?
Congratulations to that. Congratulations to the entire Filipino community and to all of us who are really, at the end of the day, celebrating what's right for California. That's extraordinary diversity.
I have my camera. I just want to take a picture of you guys.
No. You want to take a picture of the military?
And you guys are taking to school. When you guys start school, show everybody.
That really defines the best of the spirit of our region, the spirit of the state. That face.
You're welcome. Oh. You don't have to take a picture.
Okay. Hey, brother. I can sing. It's Memorial Day. Yeah, I know you. Yes.
You need to say it out. You need to call it out. Century.
It's a century.
People go, what's the century?
Historian. Hey, you want to like, where's the camera?
Yeah, but that's like, you need to talk to everybody.
Hey, you guys look good. Thank you.
Come on, I'll go over there. Go over there.
I'll do this and I'll do you.
Bambi, come on.
It work?
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Your Honor. I came all the way from Canada.
Welcome.
My sister, thank you so
Welcome
much,
back to
Your
San
Honor.
Francisco.
Make sure it's on record. Yes, yes, it is.
It's
It is
recording.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I hope you win.
Come back often.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and you're like, fuck. You're like,
Your research work.
Cover up their chest like pasting. Couple girlfriends and they all a little crazy. Coming
I heard Big Five was having
Yeah, she got it for like how much to do.
Ay, baka ikaw. Hindi ako.
Ay, datang makarating siya.
The only upgrade I could have probably given you
I don't know. Let's just go sit in the table.
I'm here in California. I just wanted to do a quick video review of the Burt Bacharach concert that we saw at San Diego, the Embarcadero Marina Park South. He played with the San Diego Symphony Orchestra. Anyway, I just wanted to say it was a great concert, and it was, you know, after years of admiring him, as you know, I first heard about him when we watched Lost Horizon in the Philippines, and that was back in the early 70s. So when we finally went to see him, this is the first time I've seen him live. It was great to see him here in his home state, California. I think he lives in LA. So it was a treat to have it in, you know, in California, and to be in the state where he probably gets inspiration for his music. You know, and California is like, it's a hilly state, and then there are lots of, you know, I mean, it's sunny California, and lots of brown hills. And I guess the weather it's a nice type of environment to for composing music. Anyway, so let's see. I tried to get a video interview, but I could not get through to the publicity agent of Burt Bacharach and the San Diego Symphony to, I suppose one has to be a mainstream American media to be able to get in for a video interview. But so this video review, it's more like, I guess because I'm a fan, it's more like a fan type of review. And I just wanted to say that if you like Burt Bacharach's music, you have to see him live to really enjoy it, and to be able to admire him, you know, on stage as he plays the piano and conducts the orchestra. He sang a few of the songs. He sang The Look of Love and Wives and Lovers. And then the last song, after the standing ovation from the crowd, he got the crowd to stand up, and we sang Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. And then we had to go, because it was also cold, you know, I mean, it was a cold night. There was near in the Embarcadero Marina Park South, it's windy, so in the nighttime with the wind, some people even had blankets. We sat in the champagne section, and that's it costs $76 per ticket, and you know, but it's worth it, because with so many hit songs, you know, like it's worth seeing him live after years of listening to his music on tape or in a record. And recently I've also been watching on YouTube, and the songs that he sang at this concert were also on YouTube, the same set of songs that he sang. You can just do a search in YouTube, and several videos come up. He was wearing, you know, like, he's still attractive and stylish, and he wore black, and he had this kind of like an orange pink scarf, kind of like the color of this rose. And it was a nice touch, because he wore black, the singers wore black, the musicians wore white. So, you know, it was like a black and white, and he was the only one with color, like an orange pink scarf. And it's a romantic color, obviously, because of flower, you know, it's like this color of the rose. And I guess it's appropriate, because he's a romantic type of composer, and a lot of the songs are about love. And so with the music, the night air, and being in California, it was a treat to be able to experience it live finally. And I hope that anyone who's a fan of his should go and see him live when he goes on tour.
Yeah, that's right. Brick house, yeah. I want myself a brick, yes I do, house, yeah. I want myself a brick, yes I do, house, yeah. That's about a windows, yeah. How's everybody out there doing? Are you enjoying Hot August nights? It's been a great week, and we're still in the prime of all the beautiful things that you have to look forward to coming down, with the cars, the music, the food. Hey, and how about this great weather? Oh, yeah. You see, war is not the answer. The only love can conquer hate. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love here today. Oh, whole game. We gotta change that, y'all. We gotta start back from the basics. We gotta start out by talking to our mother. Everybody thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who are they to judge us? Simply because our hair is long. You know we've got to find a way. Bring some understanding again. Oh, the lies and signs don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Tell me what's going on. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. I wanna know what's going on. What's happening? Look here. Here we are in the 21st century, and we're still playing the same old game. What's happening, y'all? What's going on out here? What's happening? Right on. I wanna know what's going on. What's happening, y'all? Tell me, I wanna know what's going on. Late great Marvin Gaye asking those all too important questions. What's going on? Big hit for him in 1971. In fact, probably one of the biggest hits of all time for Marvin Gaye. Have you smiled? Never thought that fairy tales came true. But they come true without me. You're a genie in disguise, full of wonder and surprise. 'Cause bet you stylistic, y'all. They put out so many love songs in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and then I understand they're still going strong. One. Will you make a choice? And now it's up to me to bow out gracefully and go you hold the key. But baby, whenever you call me, I'll be there. Whenever you want me, I'll be there. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. I'll be around. I knew just what to say, and now I found out today all the words had slipped away. But I know there's always a chance, a tiny spark remains, and sparks starting to blaze. Love can burn us again, but I know you know. Whenever you call me, I'll be there. Whenever you want me, I'll be there. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. I'll be around. Yeah. Just call me, baby, and I'll be right there. Whenever you call me, I'll be there. Whenever you want me, I'll be there. Even if I have gone, I'll be there. I'll be around. I'll be sleeping in the darkness. I'll be there. Forever and Friday, I'll be there. I'll just call out your name. I know you know. I'll be around. Baby, I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be around. Yeah. Just call me, baby. I'll be right there. Thank you so much. That's those spinners. Here we go. All the things we've been through, you should understand it like I understand you. Now, baby, I know the difference between right and wrong. I ain't gonna do nothing to upset our happy home. Don't get so excited if I come home a little late at night, 'cause we only act like children when we argue about somebody. If you don't know me by now, you will never, never, never know me. Ooh. If you don't know me by now, you will never, never, never know me. Ooh. Listen, ladies, we both got our own moves. I got mine. Woman, you know you got yours too. You know, right? Listen, just trust in me like I trust in you. 'Cause as long as we've been together, that should be so easy to do. Just get yourself together, or we might as well say goodbye. What good is a love affair when we can't see eye to eye? Oh, if you don't know me by now,
I don't have a card account either.
That one's nice. I'm sorry.
It's like Grandpa when he started.
How do you get another color?
We're here at the CD signing of Charisse. She performed at Toronto Eaton Center, and we're now in Indigo Chapter's bookstore, and her fans are lining up to have her CDs signed by her. Anyway, so she's a rising star, and she's originally from the Philippines. She got her big break from Oprah Winfrey in her TV show. So hopefully she's going to continue on with her career and give a lot of pride to the Filipinos in North America and around the world.
do not stop for a picture.
So, what's the reason for being here?
Because I love cherries.
Are you a fan of Cherie? And did you buy her CD?
She likes Pyramid. That's her original song, so we have to.
And she's Filipino.
Yeah. Okay.
So tell us about it.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see her, but it's okay. We still kind of stuck.
We said hi and she waved, and it was so great. Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll cherish that moment forever.
Did you buy her CD?
Yes, it's at home though. I forgot it.
Yeah.
And autograph?
No, we don't have the wristband, so we're not allowed to go there. So
yeah.
So you're spending a lot of money to get the autograph and the CD?
Sure.
It's free.
It's free.
No, but you have to buy the CD.
Yeah, but it's sold out.
Yeah, it's sold out.
Also, we work on this path with the Toronto Police, increase Asia-Pacific community interaction and mutual understanding. And now we could shake hands better than before, and we are hugging so much. At the end of the meeting, sometimes Mr. Akida, he played the harmonica. We really enjoy it, and then I'm singing. So it's really, gathering together. Yeah, so I'm very happy now. So I could tell you, and I really appreciate you gave me telling about this. Yeah. So we look forward to continuing to work with you, Chief Blair, and the other members of Toronto Police in partnership so that we can make Toronto the best and the safest place to live in all of the diverse people. We would like to express our sincere thanks to you, Chief Blair, for giving us excellent opportunity to speaking to you directly in person about the concern and issues in our community. The Korean community will be addressed following concerns. First, President of the Korean Canadian Cultural Association, Baek Kyung-na, he's gonna speaking about the recruitment of the Korean-speaking police officers. But before I finish, I bring a slogan. The crime prevention is most important. So I suggest one slogan: working all together in partnership for crime prevention, day and night. How about that? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Can I just add to that, because unfortunately Constable Phil Mendoza had stepped out for a moment when he got those wonderful accolades. Just so the way I'll summarize, you are now going to be working day and night in the unit for all your good work. So thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Chief Blair, giving me this opportunity to express my concern. My name is Ken Beck. As the President of Korean Canadian Cultural Association of Great Toronto Area, speaking on behalf of the Korean community, we would like to request a great Korean-speaking police presence in communities, predominantly occupied by Korean Canadian residents and businesses. A large Korean-speaking police presence is needed to assist international students, newly arrived immigrants, and old-generation Korean non-native English speakers.
The Korean community, but for all of the communities that are represented here tonight. We in the Toronto Police Service for the past several years have placed great emphasis on bringing language skills and cultural competency into our service. And so we have been hiring as aggressively as we have been able, and we have done recruitment in your community and in all of the communities here to try to encourage the very best police recruits, mostly young people, to come with their skills, with their language and cultural competencies, to help us. We now have about 40 Korean-speaking, there's about 45 actually, about five Korean police women and 40 police men, Korean-speaking, so about 45 officers. We have some numbers for all of the other communities as well, because I know there are many languages and cultures represented here this evening. I agree about its importance, but I also want you to know that it is also my intention to try to develop cultural competency for all of our police officers, so that it is not just Korean officers who can serve the Korean community, but but that all of the police officers in the Toronto Police Service will know and respect your culture and be known and respected by the people in our Korean community as well. And so we are trying to increase the language skills in our service by hiring Korean-speaking officers and officers who speak all of the languages of the communities of Toronto. But we're also trying to ensure that all of our police officers know the diverse communities and are trusted in the diverse communities and worthy of your trust in those diverse communities as well. And in order to do this, I ask for your help. And I do need your help, and this is one of the great strengths of this type of a forum. We need your assistance to help us identify the very best young people in your community to come and join the police service, to help them believe that they are welcome in the police service, because they are, and that they are needed in the police service, and that this can be an honorable, respectful profession for the young people in your communities. And we have very high standards. We need to have very high standards. I need to ensure that we hire people of the highest moral character, people who are smart, and people who are committed to community service. And so, but we know that we best look for those candidates in all of our communities. And I need your help to encourage young people to apply and to support them and help us mentor them. And there are people here tonight who have continued to assist us in doing that. And so I would ask for the Korean community's help, as I ask for all communities' help. Bring us your best young people and help them prepare to become police officers so that we can bring them into our organization and serve the community better. We will work with you. We will come to your community. We will speak to your young people. We will come to your schools. We'll come to your community and cultural centers. We will work with you in encouraging these young people, but you have to support them as well. And I believe if the community does that, I believe if the community brings forward and encourages their best young people to join us, then we will become a more diverse and more competent police service. That we will have those language skills. And that not only when a Korean police officer comes to your door to help you, but if any police officer comes to your door to help you, I want him to have a knowledge of your community, have a knowledge of your culture, and be respectful of the people that they encounter. I think that helps us be a better police service, and that's what we are aiming to do. So I ask for your help in fulfilling your request of us. Thank you. Thank you. Responsibilities, and these are issues that we know we have to work on. We developed a few years ago a newcomers program that we translated into, I think, 9 different languages. I don't know whether it's available in Korean. I should know that. It is. And so there is some material, written material in DVD, that we can make available through community organizations to newcomers, that I think can be very, very helpful. That helps explain some of these things, but it is exactly as you have described. A continuous effort must always be made to ensure that there is a good understanding of the law. And you know, the cultural differences that you reference are one of the challenges of living in a culturally diverse society. That people perceive certain behaviors in a different cultural context. And unfortunately, it's important. Maybe not unfortunately, it is terribly important that people get to understand the law in this country. And that when they come to Canada, to understand our laws, to understand the reasoning behind these laws and how because these are shared values. Our laws should represent the values that we all share together. And again, and you will hear me say this many times this evening, we need your help. And we cannot do this without you. And I will return to this over and over again in every issue that's brought forward, because these are not things that the police can simply do in your communities without your very important help. And I know that we are receiving this help. But that partnership is important, because you have a better access and better language and better understanding of the newcomers' dilemmas. And you can help us understand them better and serve them better too. But I thank you. I think you summarized it very accurately, not only for newcomers from the Korean background, but from all newcomers in Toronto. Thank you.
Could I just add, the danger of a victim of domestic violence only multiplies when they don't have a voice in the community, whether it's not having a voice because they can't communicate with their local police, or whether they don't feel they have a voice because they don't understand the Canadian law. I'd like Jennifer Sue to stand up, and just I'd like to make sure that you, Ms. Park, have an opportunity to hook up with Jennifer Sue, who is in our Unity Community Mobilization, and part of her portfolio is outreach with the the file dealing with domestic violence and communicating law and making sure that every victim has a voice. It's certainly a partnership with the Toronto Police to resolve that crime.
You know, I hope you're all aware as well, the Toronto Police Service has a policy which is unique in Canadian policing. And it came from our Police Services Board, and it came as a result of consultation with our communities. And there's a policy of don't ask, and let me explain that. If anyone comes to Canada and that does not have a legal immigration status in Canada, that if they report to us that they are the victim of a crime, if they are a witness to a crime, we will not, by policy, inquire of their immigration status, because we want newcomers to be able to access the protection and the services of the police. And so we want to be able to assure all of them, and I would ask again for your help to make sure that they know this. Any newcomer, even if their immigration status is uncertain, or even if they're here illegally, we do not want them to be victimized. And we find that they are more vulnerable than most people. And so we have a policy within our service that we will not inquire of their immigration status if it's not part of the crime. If they are a victim, we will try to protect them first and foremost, and that's our duty. And I think this is a very moral policy that the police service has. And we're very grateful for the leadership of our Police Service Board bringing this forward, because I think it is a very responsible way to deal with and to protect newcomers in our city, particularly newcomers who may be of uncertain immigration status. It most affects women. Sometimes it affects children, and we have the responsibility to protect everybody. Thank you. You described, but I do, and we very strongly support crime prevention initiatives with young people. We are working very hard with all of our community partners, and there are grants available and sources of funding available to community organizations working in partnership with the police. And we are able, by advocating and supporting your applications, to assist you in obtaining crime prevention grants to develop and work programs for crime prevention among young people within your community from various provincial and federal grants. And we will be able to provide you with some assistance. In addition to that, there are a number of other initiatives that are available to us. And we engage in various undertakings with young people, and we receive financial support from corporate entities to do this, that provide us with some funding to work with young people in all of our diverse communities. And in addition, the province each year gives us money, and we hire 150 young persons from all of the communities of Toronto. And they come into the police service and they work with us for the summer. And 150 young people between the ages of 14 and 17, we call it the Youth in Policing Initiative. There are Yippie Kids. It's a funny name, but it's a great program, and we would very much welcome young people from all the diverse communities of the city. What we are looking for is young people who might otherwise not have an opportunity for a job, but who would also benefit from the opportunity to come and work with us. And it's been a great experience for the police, as well as a good experience for the young people, because we got to know each other, got to like and trust each other. And so it's a very positive thing as well. We believe very strongly that we need to make a greater investment in young people, that we need to give them better choices. We need to provide them with better role models, and we need to give them the opportunity to realize their full potential. And so we will very happily work with all of our community.
There, so that the consultative committee from the Pacific region would come to fruition. And thank you very much for that, because it really did happen. Therefore, I am now going to address my concerns, because as far as the reversal of what you granted us is concerned, I think it is far-fetched. My first concern was already mentioned by you in your previous dialogue just a while ago. It has to do with fairness, it has to do with justice, and it has to do with communication. From the day I came to Canada, the relations between the different ethnic communities and the Toronto Police Service has increased positively, very, very positively. However, there are other things that we are concerned about, and I think by working with the Toronto Police Service, we could all say that since we work together, it would benefit all of us. As a leader, as one of the leaders of the Filipino community, I would like to say thank you for recruiting quite a few of the Filipinos in your police force. That is something very, very positive. Your police force is also involved in the youth service of the Filipino community. They are there whenever we have a function like the basketball, and the children are exposed to the fact that the Toronto police is not just there to haul them into jail, but they are there to appreciate and help with anything they can do aside from being a policeman. They are there as humans. They are there as citizens of Toronto. And those something that we cherish as a community. However, one of the humps that I'm really concerned about, and it's still ringing in my ear, I was criticized heavily by my own community the first time around I was allowed to speak to you in that first town hall meeting, specifically by two of the newspaper publications in my own community for not having brought this up. But to me, propriety dictates that I don't ask you about these concerns then. As I said, we were asking you a favor.
Please ask me those now.
I will. And that big hump is the Riotica case. I spoke to you about it right after the town hall meeting. Fairness. We don't want to be treated above everybody else or be treated specifically, especially compared to the other ethnic groups and mainstream society. But it dictates, since this is a high-profile case, we sort of ask, was everything done fairly? And there are some concerns where the answer is no. Also, injustice or justice, as it may seem, whatever you may call it, I went through the Ombudsman's report on the SIU, which was issued in September of 2008. It not only criticized the some handling of the SIU themselves, but also the relations between the public and the police service, not only Toronto. But going through that, there were questions that I asked. Some of this bear resemblance to the questions that the Filipino community asked when the Riotica case was going on. And it borders on injustice, and I would like them addressed. I don't specifically want to go through that right now, but I think with your help we will understand. And the third concern is communication. We Filipinos, just like most ethnic groups, if not the mainstream society, would love gossip. And this is where we form our own opinions on what had happened, or what we thought should have happened, or what we thought should have been handled by the police, because some of us are still in the dark. In spite of the fact that there are 11 newspapers in our own community, all of them are free. In spite of that, some people are still questioning how it was handled. Believe me, Chief Blair, we are very appreciative of whatever information that came from you during those years. However, I think further clarification on the whole essence of this case about Jeffrey Riotica will not only benefit the Filipino community, it is such a universal issue that it encompasses all the ethnic groups and the mainstream society. I have other concerns. However, I think in my particular case, where the Filipino Center Toronto is situated on Parliament Street, I can take that up with 51 Division. All those petty issues.
You can take that up with me too, because I've been over there and I know.
Okay, so the second concern then is the petty crimes that's going on. There were several occasions when we owned the building. The community, the Filipino community owned the building. And there were several occasions where it was burglarized. Even some of the tenants in our building were burglarized. And it hurts to hear one of the tenants say, after catching a thief, he had a boxing bout with the thief, and we told him, you should have called the police. And the comment was, that's okay, I handle it myself. Because if police come, they get him, let him go on the third set of lights, go. I hope that's wrong. But that is just a sample.
It is wrong.
I hope so. I'm hoping, we told him so, but please, as I said, I don't really want to handle that now, but however, you sort of forced me into it, sort of, nicely. However, I can take that up with the 51 edition. So please, address our concern on those three things: fairness, injustice, and communication, so that the Filipino community could rest this issue. Because there are so many other questions. In spite of what the SIU have put out there, there are still tons and tons of questions that need to be answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing all of that, and I really very much appreciate you bringing them forward. You know, the death of Jeffrey Riadica was a very significant event for the city of Toronto and for the Filipino community. And I know there were a great deal of questions about the death of that young man, and it was a difficult case. It was a case that was investigated by the Special Investigation Unit, which is a provincial entity, and in the province of Ontario, the police do not investigate themselves in such serious matters. And I assume most of you are aware of the Jeffrey Riadica case. He was a young man, about 17 years old, who was shot to death by the police. And the matter was investigated by the Special Investigation Unit. And at the conclusion of their investigation, they made a determination in their investigation not to lay any charges against the police. And they made certain determinations about what transpired there. And I know that there was a great deal of disagreement in the community about the findings of the SIU investigation. I am also aware that there were serious problems of communication, and I'm glad you put it in that context, because one of the challenges we face when these matters take place, the law, first of all, requires that the police say nothing, that all communication must come from the Special Investigation Unit. And if, for example, I was to comment about a case that was being investigated by the Special Investigation Unit, I would in fact be breaking the law in Ontario, because the law specifically precludes me from speaking. Now, I was not the chief of police when Jeffrey died, but when I became the chief of police, the very first thing I did, the first week I was the chief of police, I went to see Jeffrey's parents, and I went to offer them my condolences, my sympathy. They had lost their son. And I made a commitment to them, to work with them, to ensure that there would be a speedy inquest, to see if we could find some of the answers that they sought for the death of their son, so that we could also find those answers for the community about the death of their son. And I think it was an important thing to do. I was also advised not to do it. Our lawyers said, don't do this thing. The Crown Attorney said, don't do this thing. The SIU said, don't do this thing. Don't go and talk to his family. But I think it's such an important, basic human thing to connect with people who have lost their son. And they had done nothing wrong. They are the victims of a tragic set of circumstances. And so I went to speak to them. And we had an inquest. And the inquest came forward with certain recommendations. Recommendations that would not bring Jeffrey back to his family. Recommendations that would not satisfy the families, all of the family's concerns or the community's concerns. But recommendations which we believe can help us do better. Can help us ensure that perhaps we will not have such a tragedy again. And we are working towards fulfilling our commitment to those recommendations. And it has taken some time, and for that, there needs to be communication. There needs to be an explanation to the community, because I know the community has voiced to me a very strong interest in ensuring that those recommendations are acted upon. And they include such things as providing our police officers with equipment that would readily identify them as police officers when they're working in plain clothes. in the form of jackets which say very clearly police, and an armband which says very clearly identifies them as police officers, and new equipment for some of our cars which would enable citizens to recognize our plainclothes cars as police cars. And we are working through some of those issues, and I am very happy to meet with concerned members of the community about that to improve our communications around this. And one of the challenges we face, and you touched upon it when you spoke about problems at the community center, and it is a problem that others and other communities are having as well. And it is unfortunately a lack of confidence in our justice system, in justice, as you referred to it. That people sometimes will feel a need to take the law into their own hands because they have no confidence that the law will give them justice. And I think this is a very significant issue for us. It's an issue that has obviously impacted on the Filipino community. I can tell you, I know very well, that it has also impacted on our Chinese business community here in Toronto and our relationship with that community as well. And these are issues that we need to discuss. People need to have confidence in the system. But we also have to ensure that people recognize that in this society, among us and in Canadian law, we must respect the law. We must let the law prevail. We must live by the rule of law. We must always act in the public interest, but we must understand and live by the rule of law. And we cannot take the law into our own hands. The police cannot take the law into their own hands, and none of us can. And so it is sometimes a source of frustration, anger, uncertainty, even an issue that can divide us. But we need to work together to build a greater understanding in our community about what our rights and our obligations are as citizens when we are dealing with such matters. And we need to have confidence that if we work together and we do the right things, that the criminal justice system will work for all of us. And we must never succumb to the temptation of taking the law into our own hands. We must respect the law and uphold the law, because that is the basis upon which a civilized society works. We are better people when we recognize the rule of law and we commit to each other to uphold it. And I believe that that is a value that we all share. It is a value that sometimes is challenged by a sense of injustice. But I think we all have to work on it and continue our communication to ensure that we are a fair society for everyone. If there are still concerns, and I know there must be, within the Filipino community about the death of Jeffrey Duriadica, we have worked very hard in the community. We have worked really hard to build a better relationship, better understanding, better lines of communication. I am blessed. I've got some great people. You mentioned Phil Mendoza. I don't think we've got anybody that works hard to build a relationship in a community that Phil does. And he has many partners in the community that work just as hard back to help us make this thing work. I have worked with Jeffrey's brother, Joel, who sat on my youth advisory committee for a number of years and came, and it took great courage to do that, to sit down with the chief of police, the same police service that had taken his brother's life, to work with us, to try to find better ways for us to communicate with young people, and in particular young people and rebuild a relationship with young people within the Filipino community in Toronto. And there has been great courage and a great effort on the part of so many people in the community to answer those questions. I understand that there is still uncertainty, but let me assure you, we cannot change the past, but we can work together for the future to make sure that we will have a better relationship with you. The tragedy of the death of Jeffrey Duriadica won't be repeated in the city of Toronto. We have to have some confidence in the SIU, and I appreciate that the Ombudsman did not express much confidence in the SIU. The SIU is an important institution in this province. It is intended to give people confidence that their matters will be addressed independently, that the police will not be investigating themselves. When that public confidence is undermined, then I think we all suffer. So we have to work to make sure that that works for us as well. But if you or any members of the Filipino community want to meet with us to speak further about your concerns about Jeffrey, I'm more than happy to do so. Because it's important. And we want to make sure that something good comes from that tragedy.
Thank you very much, Chief Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm the CEO and General Manager of Ontario Korean Businessmen Association, which is a non-profit organization. I respect our Toronto Police very much, and I always thank Toronto Police for doing such a great job making our Toronto safe. making Toronto a safe place for our children to live in. I want to talk about illegal tobacco today. I have read in the Toronto Star that minors can buy illegal tobacco on the street on Queen Street and broad daylight. I think we need more tough measures to prevent illegal tobacco.
And act as a check and balance on the information that you may be getting. I would also urge you to make sure you maintain the contact with the frontline officers. You have a critical mass, for instance, of Chinese-speaking officers now. I would implore you not to allow consultative committees and their members that act as gatekeepers to the information that you can receive at the senior levels, and not allow bureaucracy, with which I'm familiar, to prevent you from getting information from the front lines. I'm not going to speak specifically of the case that's now before the courts. You know I have my opinion on that, but I respect yours as well. And there are always at least two sides to a story. Thank you.
Actually, thank you. Gordon has been someone to whose wisdom we have often looked, and he is a previous member of our Police Services Board, knows a fair bit about police governance and consultation, and I really appreciate his comments. You know, it's very important. We established this consultative committee, and some of the concerns that are often expressed, and I think Gordon alludes to, is that we want to make sure that every voice can be heard in the consultative process, that it is not an exclusive process where a small number of people purport to represent all of the interests of the community. And I wanted to assure you, because I've read your comments on the thing, Gordon, and I want to assure everybody else in the room that we are committed to a very broad consultation. And we have our consultative committees, we have police liaison committees, but we also work every day in communities. I haven't lost touch with the street, I want to assure you of that. I worked in Chinatown for years, and as a constable, as a sergeant, as an inspector, as a staff superintendent, I was responsible for those areas of our city. I know a lot of people in those communities, and I still talk to a lot of people in those communities. But the consultative processes, for us, are not just about individuals choosing to come down and sit with us, but most often the people that come to and participate in those consultative processes represent organizations. They come from large organizations, and they bring, hopefully, when the system works well, the positions and the opinions and the perspectives of many people when they come to the room. They have that responsibility, not just to simply bring forward their own perspective, but the perspective of the people that represent them. And when we form these consultative committees, we usually go to the organizations which represent large numbers of diverse people in the city, and we ask them to choose their representative. We don't choose who will come to speak to us. We let the community choose who will come and speak to us. And we let the community continue to have input in that process. And hopefully by keeping the door open, people who have concerns can come in and feel free to come in. And they don't have to protest on our front lawn. They can walk right in the door. They can get some time with my senior staff. They can get time with me. And we'll talk about your community. We'll talk about your concerns. And we will learn from your perspective, and we will share ours with you. So I think I'm a strong defender of the consultative process. It is not about cheerleading. I don't need cheerleaders. I need advice. I need help, and I need partnership. And I need it from all of you, and I need to hear from all perspectives. I need to hear from people who sometimes don't like us. Sometimes people that are very angry and frustrated with us. It's important to hear their voices as well, and the doors are open to them in this process for us. And it may not always seem that way to others. And if you don't think the consultative process speaks for you, then come and join the process and speak for yourself. You are welcome in this place. Your opinions are welcome in this organization. And I hope that through that process, if we work on this together, we can make it achieve what it should achieve. It's a very special relationship. And I don't disagree at all about the importance of bringing people from diverse communities into the organization and to listening to their voice. We have established recently in our service internal support networks where we have encouraged police officers from various ethnic backgrounds, women, gay, lesbian, officers from Southwest Asia, from China, our black officers, from all our diverse groups, to form support networks to support each other and to also speak for themselves and for their communities. And that's a tremendously important undertaking within our service to empower and to give them a strong voice within our organization. We've spent the last 5 years, I can tell you that we have set for a target for ourselves the hiring of women and members of visible minority communities in this city. And we have set a target that more than half of the people that we hire will be from those two groups, women and or visible minorities, because we need those diverse perspectives. It's not just about language, but it's about language. It's not just about culture, but of course it's about culture. But it's the diversity of perspectives that we are trying to bring into our organization. It strengthens us. It helps us do a better job. And I think that we have achieved extraordinary success. And I can tell you, 54% of the people that we have hired have come from those two target groups. And so the diversity of the perspectives within today's Toronto Police Service is vastly different than it was even 5 short years ago. And I know because I was in this police service 5 short years ago. And it will be far different again because we are absolutely committed to that program and that we are making sure that everyone we bring into this organization is representative of that diversity of perspective, which is the City of Toronto. And we're not just bringing them in the front door, but we are populating them through our organization. I'm very proud to be able to tell you, we are the only police service in this country that has women and people of minority communities in every rank of the service, except the chief. When they get rid of me, maybe we can get that too. In every specialized position of the service, in every region of the city, we have women and visible minorities in leadership positions. And I think that's really important. And I hope it says something to the community that we not only want to bring them into our organization, but we respect their perspectives enough that we would put them in leadership positions, and they will help us make decisions about how to serve a diverse city. So I think the points that you made, Gordon, are extremely important. I want you to know that we're listening to them. We're trying very hard to get this right. And I appreciate that you came and shared your perspective with us tonight.
Discrimination, racism, and after the war in 1945, we said that we're going to live here in Canada, and most of the 22,000 people that were interned came out west at the east, because the Japanese people could not get back in the West Coast till 1949. Okay, because that's 1949 was the first time Japanese, Chinese, Hindu people could vote. So, but what I'm saying here is very important is that we have integrated. So when we came to Toronto, I came here in 1947, but before that, in 1945, when people came from the West Coast, they came to Toronto. They were asked not to stay together, but to integrate in the community. So Japanese Canadians have left all over the city of Escarba, North York, Etobicoke, named Toronto, and today the intermarriage is over 90%. And we have a population in Toronto, GTA, about 25,000. I think maybe in Toronto less than 20,000. And you know, so we have become good Canadian citizens. And one of the reasons is because of our cultural heritage. The pioneers that came, they worked hard to make a good living, never caused problems and troubles. After the war, we set aside to say that we're going to become good Canadians. Let's forget about the past, but let's build the future for our children.
Cannot be a genuine closure to this case unless justice is served. So we would like to address certain questions, and we would like to raise very specific questions. First, a very brief background. Jeffrey was fatally shot in May 2004. And after that, sadly or unfortunately, your predecessor, I hope he's not here, made a statement to the media that he stood by his police officer. Even before investigation has started, even before the SIU has started its investigation. And it has that statement made an impact in our community in the sense of fairness of your predecessor. And we are heartened by the fact that when you took over, as you said, you approached and saw the family of Jeffrey and offered your condolences. And during the inquest, coroner's inquest in 2006 on the case of Jeffrey Riodica, which took, I think, more than 3 months to conclude. We saw you in one of the sessions, and we witnessed that you approached the family, and you made a statement to the media that you were there to support both your police force and the family, and we appreciate that very much. Now, the results of the
Like, I was like, it's not as busy this year. And when we came over here, there was no one here. More settled on the beach. I'm gonna get I love that story now.